Whoa, sorry for the delay there, everybody. We're here, don't worry. We're not botching everything, it's fine. We're fine. Since it's been a while already since we started streaming, let's jump right into what we're here for. Oh shit. I totally forgot. Hey, how about that? We're at the Gracie Eternity Chronicles, everybody. And everyone should be able to hear Marvin as well.
Wow, that's a very high definition looking screen.
This is a Switch game after all. I think it released on like all platforms today though. But I got it for Switch out of tradition.
Wait, is Great Ace Attorney?
What? What's your question? What are you getting confused about?
Hang on, sorry. I was... Okay. Okay, I'm back for in live. I was just monitoring the stream for a second there.
You distracted yourself. You were in the middle of like a thought.
Oh no, I thought it was Great Ace Attorney originally a fully HD game.
No, it was over 3DS.
Oh, okay. So they just made it look real nice.
Yeah, this is technically like a I don't know if you call it a remastering, but like, you know, it's an HD port.
Kind of like the trilogy?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
the HD trilogy was on the 3DS inexplicably. They called it the HD trilogy even though it wasn't HD, but it was sourced from the higher res sprites. So like it looked different and better slightly in a way, but I don't know, it was weird.
Higher definition still means higher definition.
Yes, it was higher. Higher
def.
Anyway, before we get bogged down just talking, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is actually a 2-pack, and I am going to start off right now and say that it was actually very cool of Capcom to package these two games together and sell the pack for $40.
Oh, so it's
like,
not. Wow.
I mean, you know, this is like, I would gladly pay $60 for either game, but instead both are priced at the price point of like a single 3DS game.
I do like how Capcom with like this series in general is very much like, let's just get it out there as much as we can.
I'm kind of sick of that approach, honestly.
I kind of like it.
No, I'm just sick of the trilogy being the only, like, okay, this Chronicles collection here is the first bone they've thrown us in like 8 years.
Well, they had legal issues.
But I'm saying, like, you could also be working on Ace Attorney 7. You could also be localizing Investigations 2. Where the hell is my Investigations 2? That reminds me, I should put some filters on.
Oh, the filters are all off.
Blip, blip, blip.
Oh, you should put them on for me too, because I got multiple things going.
Oh my god.
I'm mining at the same time we're playing.
All right. So,
Oh.
So I'm selecting. Well, they named the titles the Great Ace Attorney Adventures and the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve.
Resolves.
And this music and like the way the logo looks and all this other stuff kind of reminds me of Professor Layton. I'm getting Layton vibes, or Layton versus Wright vibes, actually, in particular, because that's another game on 3DS.
Yeah, and they did like a whole orchestral thing for that too.
Yeah. So I think for at least today, I don't know if Marvin's going to be able to join me with every stream that I continue with this game, because I am keen on finishing it quickly.
Yeah, I think you said you wanted to stream also Thursday, Friday, and I don't think I can join those because there's a family thing happening on my end. So.
That's fine. But when Marvin's on tap, he will be Ryunosuke Naruhodo, which is the main character of this game.
Is he Japanese or is he British?
His name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I know, but like in the you know how the Ace Attorney games have made them like Phoenix, right? Like, but like
his name in this game is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Okay, so even despite the fact, so they kept his name and he's Japanese, so like they don't like.
Actually, I don't know this for sure. Let's see.
Okay,
and
it looks really Japanese right now.
Japan.
Oh.
After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation.
By the way, I opted to keep English voices for this.
Far eastern island nation.
I can bump up the audio a little bit.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh,
Look at these characters.
That's a Leighton-looking motherfucker right there.
Well, I've noticed that when characters are European, they're far more, like, willing to, caricaturize a bit. Damn, that's a good drawing there. That they didn't need to animate much.
He looks like some sort of main character.
He sure does, and that's you for today. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Alright. Oh, I'm so excited. I waited 6 years for this, goddammit.
Supreme Court of Judicature.
Judicature. Defendants Antechamber 5.
Antechamber 5.
Alright, so now we are stuck in Meiji era Japan, I believe.
Okay.
I just want to check out real quick.
It's like Gold Lewis's Dickinson's name. His official title is Secretary of Absolute Defense.
Okay, so that's not just a pun that they.
No, he's literally Secretary of Absolute Defense. He
Perfect.
defends us from angels.
That's awesome. All right, history. No history available. Okay, so this might be either events.
They finally put in the feature where you can just check back what happened.
Marvin, you haven't been playing these games for too long. That feature has been in many games now. Well, actually, I think it was even in Dual Destinies, but you didn't finish it, and you don't remember that it's there.
No.
Anyway, this is you.
I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening.
No, I don't believe that you're a Japanese guy. Oh, they even have a story mode where you can just watch the story and have it just unfold. Yeah, you don't even have to play it.
Wow, that's a little much.
I mean, some people actually do like to. I mean, it's essentially an LP.
But also, if you've played it before and you just want to re-experience it, that could also be good, right?
True.
You know.
I feel like that would be a more sensible approach to if this game was fully voiced, but I'm pretty sure it's not.
Oh, so like it'll just skip it and then you may not keep up. Oh, okay. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber, it's the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Wow, they went to the Supreme Court right away. Oh.
I really like the way the graphics hold up in 3D here, like the way they render this stuff. It just they found a nice little sweet spot.
Well, it helps that it's like not self-shading per se, but like they're not depending on like textures as much. Just,
like it is anime shaded, but not like, I don't know. It's somewhere in between, and it's really good. What? Oh,
no, nothing.
Save your glares, murderer.
My name is Ryunosuke Naruto.
Told you.
I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow find myself in the middle of a horrifying incident.
Shit.
And now, here I am, awaiting my trial.
That's enough.
Look at this crazy motherfucker with his
Oh, he's like he's one of the main characters here.
Is he the Mia?
I don't think so.
Okay.
He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today.
Oh.
Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue.
Or you'll cut it off.
Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke?
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. He's got Ryu wind.
Yes. What are you apologizing to me for?
Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
Alright, so this guy's name's Kazuma. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always.
Ah. Ooh.
Oh, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. What are you saying?
There's more poses than just looking at character.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is one nice thing about the 3D, you know, ness of the newer games. They have more poses in general, I think.
They get to have their majestic Ryu headband flowing in the wind.
Yes. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you?
Oh, they do a clever trick where when his nose line switches depending on angle.
Yeah.
It'll re-render. Oh.
Yeah. It's classic cell shading tactics.
Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone.
Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high.
You mean...
I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke.
Thanks, Kazuma. Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact.
I'm so unfamiliar with this game story, actually, that I'm really excited.
Yeah, we're learning. This is a first play.
For once.
He's a qualified lawyer.
Oh shit, that went on its own.
Oh,
it's
so
not
it
that impressive. Taisa mon janei yo. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet.
That makes sense. The idea of, what's this called? It's not imperial law. I forget. It was brought over by Europe. The idea of having a lawyer. So, you said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. And I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started.
Oh, that classic sound.
Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last.
I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court.
So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. No gay. Is that I'm your friend, not
no gay. Not even no homo, no gay.
There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple.
Perfect. I like it.
It's actually his charisma.
Yeah, it's like... I get the... I almost want to bet that his voice is Ryu's voice in Japan. Whenever he has a cutscene, he's probably gonna have Ryu's voice.
And in this angle, he looks very much like a Kyo.
Oh yeah, he's got the Kyo hair.
Yeah.
I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes.
The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too.
And come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together.
Ah, if only it were that simple.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer.
Just gonna sit back and look around at tables.
That's what people used to do. They used
I
to
know,
just
it's weird.
sit in places.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this.
Oh.
Yeah, these are new and fancy.
Because there's tablecloths.
See you in English class tomorrow then, partner.
Oh, I imagine he says partner in English.
Yeah.
You know? Then partner.
Partner.
Cowboy.
Well, hello, Chief. Let's talk. Why not?
It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Oh.
Who's this? Asogi, may I have a word?
Who are you?
Ah, a ghost lady.
Oh God, the haunting.
Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result.
Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before.
I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom.
Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Who are you?
Kazuma is like the Zero from Mega Man X of this game. He's gonna get sliced in half by Vile any second.
No! Ugh. This is awkward.
If I may.
Oh, yes. Sorry?
You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University.
Ah, Professor Mikotoba. Heard that name from Kazuma before.
It's Mikotoba, goddammit.
He's pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad.
Asogi has told me about you. You and your best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know.
Know what?
Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial...
Oh, shit. Really?
I'm afraid that permission will be revoked, and never granted again.
He can never leave the country. What? Oh, I was just checking levels. Boost my mic slightly.
Your mic?
Because I had lowered my mic on my end because it was peaking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
There.
That's probably good.
As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you.
He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, dreams will be shattered?
Oh, man.
But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Why would they endorse a dream cancel?
Why would the government do things? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances.
I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it! I'm not a murderer.
I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial.
Sorry? What do you mean?
You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway.
Huh? What? Then what should I do?
Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
Right, so...
As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do.
What? I do? What is the question? You can't just say that. Yeah, but
will you
what will
take
the
her
question...
hand in marriage?
But what will the question be? Surely not.
Yes, you're gonna get married today.
Do you accept the accusations brought before you?
Of course not.
Oh, okay.
Defendant! Court's about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Man, what's gonna happen?
It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
Oh, this is how you get to take over. I see.
Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Jeez, what a jerk.
So this is how they get you to be the defense person instead. This is it. This trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. What's more, I'll be found guilty of murder.
Shit.
And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial.
Let's go.
My one and only chance of proving my innocence. A trial that would decide my destiny.
Let's go. Why do I feel like the 22nd of November has popped up in previous games?
Maybe that was the date of Phoenix's first trial.
I kind of want to check, but maybe,
I'll
later,
check.
later on.
I'll check. Oh, so this is a courtroom. I like his darting eyes.
Yeah, it's good. Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power.
I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there.
Yeah, like a milkman uniform. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial.
Secret trial? That sounds shady as fuck.
A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
What? Why?
It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. About to begin. Whoa!
Oh, I just checked. Oh my god.
Oh,
It's Winston Payne.
Or someone like him. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, he doesn't look like a goofball like the other judge.
Yeah, not quite. Well, we'll see. If he has, like, the surprised look, then he can easily become that.
Everyone here looks, like, serious and normal so far.
Kinda, sorta.
Except Ryunosuke.
Yeah, did you know something about the stream?
Oh, no. It's just that, Phoenix's first trial was August 1st.
Oh, okay.
It was not November 22nd.
Alright, that's fine.
Ouch.
Ouch. Now, bit of background. I'm pretty sure that Ouchie is the surname of the Payne family in Japan.
That's good. That's good.
So, like, in Japan, he was always Ouchie. So this is just Ouchie's ancestor.
I'm surprised it wasn't like Itai or something. Itai means ow, right?
Yeah, it means, like, hurt, and you say it out loud when you get... But, yeah, Ouchie is, like... It's also a known utterance to Japan, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
Toad returns.
As is the defense.
Oh, man, I like Ryunosuke's look. Looks good. I like him.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
Oh, I do. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant.
Oh shit, are you gonna betray
Then,
Kazuma?
If I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer I do. Oh, hey,
Hi,
Maria.
Maria.
Welcome.
Your Excellency, no confirmations needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for it.
Oh, yes!
Welcome back, Maria. Hope you enjoy watching whatever we got going today. What is the meaning of this true unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself.
You'll be... What?
Oh my god.
What are you playing at, Ryunosuke?
Professor Mikatoba told me everything just now before the trial.
He did what?
He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if we were to lose.
How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off.
No, it's not that. It's just that... Oh, in the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Oh, now he's angry.
Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Oh!
So spirited, that gavel. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, he'll be the Mia. He'll help you.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Oh!
Oh, is that how he sounds? Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Huh? Oh, yes! Exactly.
This guy's a bro. I like Kazuma. He's cool.
Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Look at my eyes.
Oh
he's
yeah,
got the
good
Phoenix look.
expressions. Yeah.
In fact, my mind's a complete blank.
Oh, even that's a phoenixism. They're very much trying to evoke his ancestry
Oh man,
here.
he's gonna
Look at
start
this
blacking
cute pose
out.
he has. What's with this?
That's like Mia's pose or something.
I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Ouchie.
Well, for me, I'm a university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
Wow.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present for glorious Nippon. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Honor. Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken.
Yeah, just like before.
Your line.
My competence? What does that mean?
He's questioning your ability to do the job.
What? Well, you can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Yes.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Oh, well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember.
And then you're gonna forget, because we don't have court record yet.
Yep. But, wait.
Where's the phoenix face? Yeah!
Ugh, I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again?
Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank.
You know me so well. I'm blacking out.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that.
Press R, dumbass. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R.
Ooh, look at that font. Court record.
If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. They won't let me press it yet.
I just have to press R for the court record? All right, there's no time to lose.
Ooh, the UI changed.
Ooh, the UE. University collar pin. It's a dangerous pin. Back then, pins were more dangerous.
Yeah.
Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket.
Sick. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R.
Aw.
You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. John H. Wilson.
Wait. Oh, that's
no.
why. You killed the Watson of the game?
I killed Watson?
Oh.
Wait. Is Watson's original name John?
I think so. Wait. Let me make sure. Watson, Sherlock Holmes. Yes, John H. Watson.
Oh, shit. We killed Watson.
That's why it's the little girl. It's his daughter.
Yeah, oh, shit.
Oh, it's not...
Oh, no. I killed Wilson. Looks like it's back to jail for me.
That's more relevant than ever.
I had to say it. It's why I had to.
It's like, that literally could happen any day now. You know?
Oh, I was just thinking about it in terms of the context of the game, because, you know, someone killed Wilson, and Ryunosuke here is about to go to jail.
Well, you know,
perhaps.
Also Tim Allen.
Yeah. Tim Allen. Wait, he didn't kill anyone, did he?
No, but any day now.
Yeah, he's due. He's due.
Either that or he'll Carradine himself sometime.
Oh, no. I was just listening to that on the way home. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record.
Thanks, Cosmo.
Now, you'd better not keep his ex-Lee waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now.
Yes! Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
This is already really exciting.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago.
Oh.
Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications.
This implies this is like after most of the main adventures of Sherlock Holmes then.
I guess so, huh?
Because Watson is 47. Sherlock, I think in the stories, he's like at the latest his early 40s.
Okay.
So I think this takes place after those main adventures.
I think I remember hearing that, like, the history of this game, like, it's more accurate than than you would think.
There's some reflections of what occurred.
Yeah. Like, they put some work into the timeline, I think.
Yeah.
The British Empire
They'll have our
at present is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations.
Wow, this really reframes the way the British Empire invaded Japan.
I guess, yeah, definitely it did. Holy moly. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. I'm pretty sure that's a real thing.
Sure. Friendship.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil.
Ah, fee, fi, fo, fum.
You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not?
Oh, nice. I like that.
Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
That makes him seem cooler.
Yeah, I know. This guy's the most prestigious, like, ouchie yet.
But I didn't do it.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter.
In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers.
Oh, he's calling them out.
Nice.
Oh, what a hero already.
And you're a convenient and an expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it?
Why are you saying things like that? Did the professor talk to you? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman.
Oh man, they're using Dr. Pepper punctuation. I.e. none at all.
They're big fans.
Nice, nice.
Nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
His darty eyes are good. I like them.
I like it, yeah. That's a good quality that he has. It's different.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay in... Oops, sorry.
Oh, alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. I get to reread these lines with a higher voice now. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner.
British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think... Wait. I've seen him at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still... You should go and say hello.
I don't know, he looks pretty busy drinking wine alone.
Leave him alone.
Yeah, he's probably sad.
You don't just walk up to people at hotel or at restaurants and go, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah, not really.
Don't do that.
I've never done it.
So I went over to the professor's table.
Got office hours, professor.
And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, they're not punctuating it at all. I guess it's a consistent choice.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
Cause of death? Oh, obviously that was,
Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
By evidence? What? How?
How does evidence work? Find the piece of evidence that shows a professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
Japan never used evidence before Europe came.
Ooh, I can examine.
Ooh, it's text.
Cause of death was a single bullet fired at close range.
Fatal hemorrhage.
Ooh, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Oh, that'll probably be important.
Bullets were shittier back then.
It's true.
It's
all
like
right.
Wonder Woman went back in the
Let's
past.
present.
And she was like, "These are the slowest bullets I've ever seen."
Oh yeah, it's true. That was fun. All right. Present. He's gonna say yes, I think.
Yes.
Weird.
Yes. Yes. Well.
Oh, that's great.
According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
To read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
I mean, he's right.
Yeah, I know.
You're in college. Sorry. Yes, that's right. The post-mortem report.
Now, maybe he's struggling to read English reports.
Still, you're in university.
You know, they still have English class, partner.
Oh. Partner.
In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
Yeah. Even Korea did that up until the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
I
What?
like how you're the one who lives in Japan. You're the Japanese man. This is the stuff you should know.
Also, you're a lawyer. This is gonna happen in practice, not in a
He's
test.
still in school. Just give him a break.
Oh.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
Wow.
You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record.
Shot from the chest.
So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before.
Wow, it's like I can touch you.
Like I can see you. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Wow. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers.
You knew
Let us
two
start the
facts.
trial. Yes, you knew 2 details. Ooh, nice pose.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. That doesn't mean...
Aww.
Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Ah, of course. Although it would be helpful if you were some sort of medium that could cover...
I'm not going to grow
Dr.
boobs for you, Ryunosuke.
Dr. Wilson's spirit.
I'm not going to grow
Tell
boobs
us
for you,
what-
Ryunosuke. Stop trying to convince me to get a boobs. Jobs.
A boobs.
A boobs jobs.
When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He did say that. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Okay. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Yeah, but I look cool. I win.
Oh, hello, Butlerman.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Waiterman.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter of a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival.
Oh no,
Oh, shit.
COVID.
And
Are you all right? You seem to be coughing up some, Ew. Don't serve that towel.
it's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Oh, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern corridor was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
Come on, restaurants exist in Japan.
I think it probably in the Japanese dialogue, he was using the term that was being popularized by Europe at the time.
Oh, okay. Maybe like bistro.
Yeah, like, or it might be when they were starting to call it a restaurant, because in Japan they call restaurants restaurant, but they clearly didn't always call them that, you know.
How come Koreans have a word for restaurant then? Shikdang. How come Japan doesn't have a word for restaurant?
Maybe Japan adopted it and Korea didn't follow suit.
Oh, interesting.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjection from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Perspiring maybe, but aspiring.
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes!
No, don't yell yes. Hold on. Let me just clarify something here.
Okay, like right now, I am very tempted to, I want to let him say give him his Japanese voice, because in Japan, he was clearly saying, "Hi," you know?
Yeah,
and
right.
that's a bit, it's a more natural response than yes is.
You can do that.
I don't know. I might play around with it later.
It seems like only the cutscenes have Japanese dialogue.
Yeah, maybe. But then when someone else actually shouts objection, they'll be shouting "Igiari," and that's not right.
Yeah, but you're in Japan.
I have to have a trade-off.
You're in Japan now.
You know what? You're right.
This is Japan.
Oh crud! I can't mess with
Audio.
it right now.
Audio. Oh.
Yeah, I can't mess with the.
Okay.
No, at least not for right now.
Okay. I said that. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Oh, that's how he sounds?
Yeah.
I kind of like my other one.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
What?
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo.
Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table.
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
It's just not right. I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. Oh! There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table.
What? Mystery woman? Really?
That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Interjecting would be his very first objection ever.
Interject!
Yes!
That's weird.
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
I'm not sure I like that voice.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
What? I'm sure of what I saw.
Osnaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy?
Oh.
No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it.
I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. I draw these diagrams all the time.
I'm bored.
Ooh. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once.
Oh, something on the other side.
Of course. Here you are.
Examine it right away.
What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now.
Oh, he's about to die. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Look at the business card.
All right, as soon as we can. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case.
Precis.
That's a photograph.
Oh,
All right, can we turn it around?
Magnifying glass.
Oh.
You magnifying glass the words?
Um.
No, he doesn't say anything. Okay, this is kitchen. Kitchen entrance. They translate it for us. For us, gaijin.
Among in the VTuber community, like overseas viewers are called Kaigai Niki, which is like overseas bros.
Over bros.
Yeah, overseas bros. I don't understand how this works. I'm used to like the 3D thing. I was expecting us to be able to turn this over.
Maybe it's just this is just a, like you say, it's here that something happened.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here.
Oh man, you're all judging with circumstantial evidence.
Defendant Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment.
Back you.
I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. Unsworn?
What does that mean?
But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? How realistic.
I know.
Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual. About these familiarities. You've said it. Professor Mikotoba said it. So has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just gonna abandon that duty? You're gonna give up on yourself? Battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Damn!
Oh, he's a chopper.
The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Oh, he's still pointing. This guy's cool.
Indeed. That was very cool what you just did. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that unstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
So there's no, like, cross-examination.
So far.
The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Oh, I think there's an introduction of a brand new witness mechanic. This thing I might have seen before.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Oh, wow.
Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesanosa.
Iesanosa.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Subtle.
Myself, I find employers prefer fine articles of antiquity from the affluences of our nation Nippon. And conduct my trade from Raste, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Correcta, as your service.
Oh, a curio collector.
Yeah.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
You're an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma of the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the cures with which I make my business.
I can't understand the word that old man is saying.
Oh, I should make him even more unintelligible then. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to him. Or to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, Sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Dang.
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir.
It was that black uniform rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir.
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said.
Okay, it wasn't just me. Something made a weird yelping noise. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier's claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead.
Yes.
Well, starting to feel uncomfortable?
I'm honest. I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear from your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred.
Sir, yes, sir. Standing by ready to report, sir.
Someone has a baby, damn it. There's a baby on his back, I'm sure of it.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I was ingesting regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to a military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Oh.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
So already you have a contradiction.
It's baby's first contradiction.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
Oh my god.
The times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
A random Tonto out of nowhere. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Is that really true, Yunosuke?
Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor.
Just like an Edgeworth did several years from now.
Yeah, just keep picking it up.
Keep picking up all the guns. Why not?
After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'm finished, got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting.
An English-made gun.
I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. Well, I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang.
Well, if that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was.
There is?
Yunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now.
As we've heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict. What? What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
The defense demands its right to cross-examination.
The hell is that? Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is exerting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Oh, his first weakness. Asma's so commanding.
So hot.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but...
It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence.
Right, evidence.
Shoko. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. I love how the music cuts out for that. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. That's That's so good.
All right, then. It's all or nothing.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. That's good.
He doesn't have it yet.
Yeah, he doesn't have the slam down.
Yeah. Phoenix had it from the start, but he doesn't.
That's good.
What the witnesses saw.
Oh, we're back to a 5-strike thing instead of a meter.
Oh. Well, obviously the wrong statement is that he got shot in the back.
Yeah, but this is a brand new Ace Attorney game, so I'm pressing everything.
Yes.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It should be hi
Or wait.
yeah, mata.
Yeah, say something like that. You know, say wait.
Yeah, if it were Ryuichi Naruhodo, like Phoenix, right? He would go mata to press them.
Or hold it.
Yeah, hold it. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique?
I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask.
Oh, he's so brand new. Just ask anything about that. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you.
All right then. This beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that?
Attention! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot.
Oh.
If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet.
Right. I see. Thank you, sir. So next question. Keeps raising. This cutlet you mentioned. What kind of food is that?
Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it!
Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case?
Oops, sorry. I'll do my best.
No, fuck you, Kazuma. There's writing. We have to look at the writing.
Maybe I want to try a steak. You don't know me.
Yeah, I need a steak right now.
Yeah, I'll eat a steak in front of the witness right now. Just like that scene in Captain America where you watch what's his face just eat a steak in close up in front of the scientist guy.
Perfect.
Well, that's a good scene. Next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying?
Negative. Oh, it's still you.
Oh, well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover.
Affirmative.
It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Awarded!
Yay.
I'm press.
Self-extolling virtues of particularly fine Goinkuro to the military gentleman. Okay, so he was talking to him at the time.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
A Koban boy.
A koban? You mean an old Edo coin?
The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day and said I have secrets in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent cognoscente, appraised of its indisputable value being present.
Oh, you were hoping to sell your koban coin. To Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at this restaurant?
Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious koban. Isn't that so?
Well...
You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination.
No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for.
That general guy looks like Jim Carrey's Dr. Robotnik.
but not as
In any
handsome.
case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business.
This guy just goes to a
The
restaurant and
gentleman
bothers
beside
people.
me, who was grappling with his brace fear at the time, was my sole prospect.
Just goes over and goes, "Do you want to buy a coin?
It's precious.
It's very nice." You're eating a beefsteak there.
Oh shit! You said I see, so I just
I know,
went.
I know.
He observed the enemy's actions with his own eyes. Did you now? Hey, that yes is kind of disruptive.
You're saying that you actually saw me at that time?
Affirmative, I saw you, laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian.
That's impossible. I only...
Allow me to confirm just one point, please.
What's that, Private?
Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table.
And so what if it was?
Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun.
Ah! And double R! My sixth sense.
Sorry? Bruce Willis?
My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. That Satsui no Hado in your mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet.
Surely that's not really possible.
You think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son?
Well, it would seem the soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed.
This is not good.
Black uniformed varsity cadet. And from the back. Okay, so this is a crucial statement. Let's see what we have to say about it.
So this is black uniformed university cadet. You're saying that was...
Ah! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. What else do you see around here in black uniform, hmm?
Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but...
It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. I don't have a Nipponese accent.
I like my American accent.
What is it, Ryunosuke?
Not quite sure. Something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind.
In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency, there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it.
Oh wow, he unsheathed his sword.
Yeah, he's starting to do the thumb thingy.
Oh, he's ready to do like an Iedo slice.
Okay, so he lost the curio and was on his hands and knees.
Your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please?
That's right. It's burning the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece.
What lost piece are you referring to? Oh my god!
Oh!
The Koban, of course! Exquisite aware Koban Korin! Bitch, I'd just been showing the red treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal.
Mastication's just chewing, guys.
It's true.
After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. I died.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
None other than. That was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure.
Oh, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred.
Indeed. Myself, I did not.
At least he's honest.
Ugh, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here.
Listen, Ryunosuke. You know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them.
I understand that. The question is, how?
I already explained in a previous pressing. Like I said before, good. The key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing R. Go through each witness statement and the details about each evidence, or each piece of evidence, and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency.
Inconsistency?
When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other,
Kill it.
present your evidence with X and rip the witness apart. Fuck him up, Ryunosuke.
Alpha blade him.
Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. That's how this game works. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement.
Alright, I'll give it a try.
You can hear the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you like. This
How
is really
court
weird.
works.
So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Alright, now we know exactly what we want to do.
Confront them.
Yeah, from the back, the cowardly weasel.
What is
Oh yeah?
that?
You want to go? You want to go? Well, wait. Oh yeah, this is good for presenting.
Well, either could work.
Yeah, but this is a photo. It's dramatic.
Yes!
Yeah, bitch.
He doesn't even get to say, like, objection. This has to change. This has to
Yeah.
change. It can't
Yes.
go on like this.
Yes.
What is he, Daniel Bryan?
Yeah.
That's his name, right?
Real name Brian Danielson.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, he just switched it.
That's what you should do if that's what you got. That's your name?
Austin Stevens.
What are you playing at, cadet? What's the meaning of this subordination?
Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache.
Inconsistency, sir.
You might as well be Lemon Grab.
Inconsistency!
I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
Poor Ryunosuke, man.
What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
Someone help him.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. Oh.
Every time. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult.
Oh,
to the
what a
court.
way to turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
Kazuma.
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with what the sergeant's statement.
It's got such a
What?
point.
Sergeant Yesanosa.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
I like that. The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed a crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no! But yes! But no! That just can't be.
Am I not, cadet?
Because...
Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest.
Zoom in.
Yeah, I like this. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
I like how he's shocked by his voice. Shove that baby back in.
Get that baby out of the way.
What was that? I think it popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again?
Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable.
Why does he have a baby?
Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What?
Last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Awarded inconsistency seer. It's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy.
Gyakuten. Woo!
So dreamy.
I know.
This is what being an ace attorney is all about.
Good shit.
A great ace attorney.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
I was.
No, I mean, no. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
And then everybody walked the dinosaur.
Mario Brothers.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
What?
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
I'm here for no reason.
I'm here to just take up your time.
Oh, yes. You're looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? I say for the third time.
Indeed, the prize Hoya Koban. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhappen it fallen there, and then it happened. I died again.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoya treasure.
Isn't this his actual testimony that we, listened to?
Very, very close to it. Yeah, they're intentionally redoing a lot of these words, I think.
Okay.
Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
Oh, he lost it? Oh.
No.
That's a fucking shame. She must have stolen it, that lady.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoya Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
Oh. He's accusing the military.
Yeah, he's giving him the side eye.
As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution.
Remember, there are international politics in play.
Also, I too need to eat lunch.
Yes, and I too have a daughter in the hospital. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What's your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
Oh, that sounds kind of sexy.
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there's only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. Equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Ugh. Despicable me.
Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as cuticle glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signals to testify, sir.
That baby out of the way. Excuse me, but this is someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think?
What is this gonna turn into? Like, what's the point of the kid?
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up to the ranks, sir. Name Ido.
These are good names.
The puns will keep rolling in.
Yup. It seems those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Oh.
Ido, tension. Your father is about to quail the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
He doesn't even seem like he's enjoying the pinwheel.
Ugly baby.
He's blowing out of duty.
Call of Duty.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. His testament.
Wait, that's nonsense. Victim, Dr. Wilson wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table.
What if the twist is that Ryunosuke's hallucinating?
That was the woman, I tell you, the woman.
He's crazy, boys. Get the taser. The Meiji era taser.
Which is just sticks.
I mean, this is still your line. He's sounding crazier.
Oh, you must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
You saw her too, right?
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
Steak.
It's not a T-bone this time, though.
I know.
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print.
It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like, what's wrong with your memory, dude? How come you can't remember why this is?
Maybe the twist is he can see ghosts.
Maybe.
We don't
The
know.
court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
A bottle of carbonated water and
Oh,
steak.
that's very European. Carbonated water.
Sparkling.
Apparently, when Sarah had someone from Germany staying with her for a few months with her family, they ordered like cases of
Perrier
sparkling water
or Pellegrino.
Just sparkling water in general that reached the ceiling.
Dang.
Like so much, and then they never drank it cold. They always drank it lukewarm.
Interesting.
That's the European way. Understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman.
Woman. The waiter before said the same thing.
Is a twist that someone's cross-dressing?
He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
Oh, you're just like the other judge.
Yeah.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketschiauchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Oh, he's doing the
it.
thing! He's doing the thing, the desperation maneuver.
Maneuver.
He's doing his desperation super. How could this be happening?
Defense curl.
Yeah, really. Judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Yunosuke. It's not over yet. Who's talking?
Stand
It's Mia.
Yunosuke. What?
What you say is true, and there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
He's so sweaty. The true culprit. Okay, even if it wasn't when the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes.
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun.
We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet.
I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink.
Or maybe you didn't.
So there you have it.
Have what?
Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekta-san?
Pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was a young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Yes.
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as a culprit, it's the only way you could explain it away.
Just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up.
How come you're not remembering what happened to the lady?
Me neither. I don't know why. And at exactly that moment...
I shot the lady.
Bang.
Bang.
A gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament.
Oh.
Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Only there'd have been more people dining there at the time. Someone else would have noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant.
I know. Of course the place was almost empty. What you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there is a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was
good
alone.
point.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
Is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Horse clinic.
No!
Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question.
No!
He can't escape.
19th
God.
November, noon to past 1 p.m.
Very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple.
That's very interesting that pressing gives you different pieces of evidence that way.
Yeah.
Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke?
Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Yes, enter it. Enter everything.
I know, why not?
Could I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be
Ask
submitted as
for
evidence or not?
Yes!
Yes! If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? Court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
It's true.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights.
Oh, he's doing the
It's
sweat.
the most disturbing trend.
What's next?
Officer, kindly add the
TikTok.
These stupid social justice warriors.
Kindly add
Dances.
the victim's medical report card to the court record.
Victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record.
Well, I
Try
should take a
making-
look at that.
Try making sorry, I just checked again.
Yeah?
The volume on my mic just a little louder. I think it's slightly yeah, I think that should.
Okay. Medical report card. Wait, you can't even examine it. What a
so you can't even tell what the thing is.
Oh, well, you can magnifying glass this.
Ooh, so let's go close look at the steak.
Yeah, look at that. Look at those grill marks. I could eat that. I could eat that 9 times.
I could eat that.
I could play that. I say that Mickey Rooney line so often in my life.
Yeah. It's a great line.
I can play that.
Jiminy Jillikers.
Oh, I love that whole... That's the best thing Mickey Rooney's ever done. That episode of The Simpsons. Bar none. Saying it here.
That whole episode is so good.
Yeah, it's a very tight episode. It's full of... just chock full of goodness.
Just come into our stores and take what you need.
Thank God we're back in Hollywood, where people treat each other right. Lean on me.
As a kid, I just went, wow.
Hollywood's nice.
Cool.
Yeah. The satire was totally lost.
Yeah. The only part that I thought was a joke was the McBain stuff.
Yeah.
And like, oh, the goggles.
Yeah. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you.
What? What festival? I guess Japan is like a festival every week.
I guess saying it's the day after the festival might be an idiom for them. Like, it's too late,
it's a turn of phrase.
Yeah, it might be a phrase for them, yeah.
Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt.
I don't know about that, Ben.
Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Correcta-san.
Alone he was. Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
Yes, he was.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in.
Oh, wow.
So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget, the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well.
This is probably the most competent ouchie we've ever had. Or a pain.
As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
Wait a minute, I just realized. His meal is just a steak.
Yeah.
No sides.
I mean, if a steak is good enough, it can almost do the job. Almost.
No matter what meal you're eating,
you do want something for balance. Yeah.
It's why a burrito is perfect, right? Because each bite you can get something different out of it.
Oh, so you like the zone burrito? You like burrito zones?
Yeah. Well, I don't want a fully mixed up burrito. That's for sure.
I demand my zones to be completely vertical. Like
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man, the best breakfast burrito I ever had once is they didn't chop up their sausage. They just put the full long links.
There you go. Yeah, see, so that you have
the entire burrito had a long length of sausage in it. Exactly. It was great. Oh man.
Do it lengthwise, like a sushi roll, so that there's the same amount of things in every bite.
Yeah. My Uncle Peter got me that burrito once, and I was like, oh, where did we get it? I don't remember.
That's what you want. Want, damn it.
But I don't like zone carne asada fries though.
Yeah, that's different. There's a completely different ballgame.
Because the problem then is that you have a corner that's just covered only in sour cream.
Yeah, and that's bullshit.
That's no good. That's no good.
We know this. Everyone watching knows this.
Yeah, no, they don't.
No, they don't.
They need to know.
Sound off in the comments and chat if you know what we're talking about.
Carne asada fries.
The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. Not impossible if they're all lying.
Or they're all mistaken.
But if so, then why?
I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Maybe he's just a...
No one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. No, that's the last statement here. Good.
Why aren't you telling the...
It's awesome. That's a wonderful...
Why are you lying?
Yeah, like, stop lying.
I wish you
Come
could just yell that out in
on.
court, you know?
Come
Stop
on.
lying. Stop lying.
lying.
Oh,
What did you say, cadet?
I clearly remember.
Yeah, called it.
The woman. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor.
Adrian.
Perhaps one of you might not have noticed.
Because she was a
But
woman.
for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone.
That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
I,
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made.
That's actually pretty fair.
It's a blatant
yeah.
waste of the court's time.
I mean, it's true. You can't just keep yelling over and over that
Yeah.
there's a thing, there's a thing, there's a thing.
The jackal.
Jackal? Jackal. I've had a Pictionary game like that.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's had a game like that.
Guy just kept yelling, guacamole? Guacamole?
You're sure it's not guacamole.
What?
How is that not guacamole?
It's a sauce, yes.
Everyone sees guacamole, right?
There's nothing I can say to that.
I appreciate the way they spell out that chish at the beginning. It really helps guide the read. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
We got a medical report. Almost, yes, but I feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got
Oh,
before.
now we're gonna get to look at it? Oh, you mean this?
Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
How exactly?
You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use right stick up, right
spinning
stick.
pile driver motion.
Use a 360 maneuver
Oh.
to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. I am
Oh,
so
do
like,
that to the card. Do that to the card. Do that to
I'm
the
no
card.
knowingly smug. Like, look at this guy's expression.
But he's also just kind of like looking at you, going like, "Yeah."
Yeah, it's pretty seductive over here. By using left stick 360s.
Oh, you can shoot it.
Yeah. Look, it's Bidoof. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before.
Bidoof makes me want a redubbing of Ash to be a surfer guy.
Look, it's Bidoof.
Dude, it's a Bidoof. Like he's just Ted.
Yeah.
You know?
If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further.
Oh, pulsation.
So, Patana, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail.
All right, I'll see what I can do. Need to use spinning pile driver motion, then spinning pile 720, then A to inspect my areas of the evidence that look suspicious.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, they don't even let you choose. Oh, okay. Required for every visit.
Pulse.
Mr. John Wilson, Hotel Clinic.
Oh,
They're
interesting.
2D now. Weird.
Wow.
It says Hoda Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries.
Aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life.
Dang, dude's healthy.
I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Brr. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life.
Most people would give their right arm to have it only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think there's a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything.
Probably was treated for a gunshot.
Yeah, we can't read this part.
Oh,
that's probably it. Well, let's check
dentist.
this. There's no date.
Oh, looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago.
Probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine.
Well, I can't imagine going with a doctor. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. That's
Well,
not
if you were
very
dead, there'd be no point. They don't like doctors then.
Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb.
You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed.
Health curiosity.
I guess we can't examine that. We can examine this.
Open.
Open the third.
Oh.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. And there's an entry for the day that the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia.
He couldn't eat.
Ah.
Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? That's why there was only one plate.
It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps he used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief.
Yes, I've heard of this. Anesthesia.
Hit him with the nos.
Well, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain.
There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well.
Do not eat steak.
Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Especially beefsteaks.
Especially in American restaurants. Or British restaurants.
Especially Lisa. But especially Bart.
Really?
Sounds like information worth bearing in mind.
The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record.
Nice. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and had been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water.
This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes.
So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you?
Fuck yeah. Well, examine your thing again. I want to see if you can rotate your card.
My card.
Yeah, not that one. The card. Yeah, that one. Rotate it.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Yes. Rotate it. There we go. Okay, chief and. Oh, he's actually a police chief.
Oh shit.
He's an undercover cop.
Unexpected.
Oh, what is?
Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title.
His job? Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here.
Oh.
Okay.
Is he Gumshoe? But Gumshoe in this game is like hyper competent.
I don't know, maybe. Do we have to... Wait, if I do this... Okay,
Oh, it just
this
repeats
is all right. No, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Maybe the front now has something else.
Yeah, I think the front also had something. Oh, wait, no, it's different. This entire thing is just one thing to talk about, I
Yeah,
guess. All right, that's
yeah.
fine.
Kitchen.
This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think.
Definitely.
It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there.
Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen.
Oh, yeah, what of it?
No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. Oh, that's a very Japanese observation.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, man.
You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke.
I'm a dummy.
Learn your kanji. Get good, scrub.
Get
Fucking
good.
kanji scrub.
Fucking language scrub.
Never mind. Okay. I need to learn my lesson. Okay.
Imagine if they kept it American and they're like, you can't even spell the word kitchen. You would just called it food room. Food hole.
Yeah, it's kind of like a good thing that they finally gave up and said, yeah, this is just Japan,
They really
guys."
should have given up from the start.
Exactly. Like, it would have been so much cleaner if they just did it from the start.
Ooh.
Let's talk about our badge.
Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride.
And it's also modeled after that star that you can find in every single Ace Attorney logo.
Oh, it's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense.
Don't worry, it will.
Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges.
That's basically what you said when you first saw it.
Yeah. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. Oh, number. My personal student number is engraved in the back here. He's got a good number.
Yeah, 901?
106,000?
Or, oh, wait, maybe that's
it's actually 901.
901.
Yeah, you're 901. You're right. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. It's 3 numbers. Come on. Now, I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but I forget not to forget that. What a card.
Yeah, 000901. Yuseroichi. I wonder if that's like a pun, where it's like they're trying to make the numbers make him say his own name somehow.
Oh yeah, a lot of Tekken characters.
Like
in the
or like Suda51, it's Goichi.
right, and like I think everyone in the Mishima family has something to do with the number 8 or something like that, from what I remember.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, is there nothing about the fucking thing?
I was trying to look for a thing about the steak. Well done, Ryosuke. We have even more to go on now.
I still don't feel like the situation has really changed. The same thing.
Oh,
no discrepancies have come to light, and that's what we need.
Oh, I think the situation has changed a great deal. We've come a long way.
How so?
Because we have just what we need. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now.
Then do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere?
The crucial point is, the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot.
Spelling it out directly for you now.
That fact had not yet been brought to the court's attention.
That's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light.
Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win.
The heart of battle. The answer lies. Oh, that. It must be that.
Really?
Or
I think the next statement does say he was dining. Yes, I think this is the one.
Okay.
He wasn't there to dine, you bastard.
Yes.
It's so
Yes.
wrong when it's yes.
Raise your hand. Well, I think,
About what are you withering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could. First and foremost here, I'm the accused.
Wow. Yunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Kazuma.
I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
Boobs. All right. Thanks for the advice.
For the last time, Yunosuke, I'm not going to get a boob job.
A boobs job.
A boobs jobs.
Oh, he took a breath. Korakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Say it correctly.
Korakuta-san.
I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement.
Every time it gets me.
Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection.
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
but that's
Remember, Rinosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further.
man, tooth bad. No eat.
The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have...
Oh, a good thud.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? That's supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
Yo, I'm loving this music.
What is this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't...
Korakuta-san,
What, boy, what?
as you just heard. When he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's
more.
you have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence. The victim was dining alone. Oh, but that cannot possibly be the case.
Yeah, good. Well, that was a good desk slam.
Yeah, that was
desk
good.
slam.
That was good. I like that. I like that. I like that.
More Dr. Pepper for me.
Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic.
Ah! Expertly done, partner. Partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart?
Ooh, it's
These
fun
are
about
baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence.
That song wasn't made yet.
Nickelback stole it from me. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
It's actually a Japanese song. Ancient.
It's actually a Japanese song.
このフォトを見てくれ。
Nickelback heard it on a trip and they're like, oh! Oh!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
Stupid. This fucking stupid idiot.
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Ah, my, how the turntables. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
I would say these tables have turned about. Yes, most definitely.
So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured
It
beefsteak?
was the woman. Women love steak.
The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel.
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party.
Bam.
Yeah!
Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
This is really cool, like, watching him gain confidence and, you know,
Turning
and
into
competence.
an attorney.
Yeah, in
A
a single
great
trial,
ace
you get to see
attorney.
it happen. It's good.
You'll not let this go, will you? There's no such person.
Yes!
No such zone.
There
We had
was,
a quarrel.
because I saw her. Also, the steak is kind of proof that there's someone there.
Yeah, that's what we're getting at over here. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it.
Motherfucker.
We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, I will kill all of you. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly.
Dang. Appeals process.
Oh no, appeals.
That's unheard of in this.
I will take up my sword and appeal.
Have your ass.
God damn it. Did you read
your-
it?
Yeah, I said Cosmo.
Okay.
Your legal blood
Are
would
you
be on our
insane?
hands.
You would take on the government?
Oh.
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand.
What? What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you
Oh
will
my
be charged
god, we're
with
actually
perjury.
talking about perjury.
For once, Jesus
That's
Christ.
amazing.
That's crazy. No, you can't open up that can of worms now.
What happened?
Now the writing of this game has to be good.
Did in the future perjury just became too complicated and people were like, eh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Perjury?
What's that?
And since this is the murder trial, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Oh.
Complicit in murder? No!
Oh, they got hit. Even the baby got hit.
That baby looks freakish. What's up with that baby's
Keep
like
hitting him.
body?
Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting.
I was just following. Oh, geez, that's not a good line. You want to? You stop that.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us.
Ooh. Who's they?
Oh.
Was it Japan?
Is the answer Japan?
What?
Actually, it is.
Did you just say correct-san?
No.
They're gonna kill me.
Yeah, it looks like he's about to die. Like he's scared for his life.
He's following orders.
Now hold on, lad. I was
Say you never saw the gentlewoman.
It's tampering with witnesses.
When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Man, these guys are so shady.
Well, they're gonna die if they...
Just one simple slip of the tongue. I'll kill you, corrector.
Order, order. Council, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Oh, damn
He's
it.
back.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut?
That's classified.
So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Oh, was it the inspector?
You know, Skay? Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they're sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it.
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
Goddamn Keisatsu. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? We can affirm we tried to silence these witnesses, and we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here.
How? How can we possibly...
Well, we've already examined the relevant piece of
I
information.
know. Oh,
We
what if
already
the
jumped
game-
ahead.
What if the game kind of expects you to do that?
It's playing out as though we hadn't done it yet, though. Remember how
Well,
we
is
made
it-
progress before? He's
Oh,
gonna
I
try to
see.
ask us to look at the card.
Before?
We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. You know,
Oh,
a game
yes.
mechanic.
That's right. That's true.
Well, it's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this?
Well, Your Excellency... Ugh, think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Bill Clinton.
Plays the saxophone. Monica Lewinsky.
Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Satoru Hosonaga. Matoko Kusanagi.
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
Well, what? If he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question?
No, the other side, idiot.
I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon.
Or perhaps I should have said the front? Oh, yes! It's the front of the back of the card! That's where the telling detail is.
He's so distraught.
Turn it around.
Just Gyakuten that card.
Will somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession.
A waiter's profession? But that's surely a waiter, no?
Oh, head waiter.
Nanto! Sonna bakana!
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it, in fact, the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well...
Oh, someone said hold it. Who was it?
The guy. Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, now he has a gun or something.
I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are.
Here you go.
My mistake.
Ah, yes, I remember now.
When he handed that card to that man.
The card I hold now. He'd act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. I'm kind of like an assassin butler. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch.
Ooh.
It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
This music's so dramatic.
Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? less. Of course. Your salary must be terrible.
I was working undercover.
Undercover?
It's a new hot trend in detective agencies.
Instead of telling everyone you're a cop, you don't tell everyone you're a cop.
Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover.
Incidents at the restaurant? What kinds of incidents?
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I'm led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable.
As I suspected.
Bang.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman.
So the truth comes out.
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Oh.
I just spilling all the beans now.
Special orders? You mean to say...
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea.
What is she, the Queen of France?
The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect?
I feel like that actually makes things better, because then you don't have a Japanese person killing...
Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
Sure.
I mean, like, you want to be able to back it up. You have to be able to do that. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right. It's just not right.
That's not good enough, you know, Sky.
Not good enough.
Unacceptable! One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazuma?
Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman.
Oh, what?
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean...
When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett.
Now, what's this pun? Giselle Brett?
It's Giselle Brett.
Giselle Brett.
Jezebel?
Maybe that's... that might be it.
Jezebel Brett?
A little tenuous, maybe, if that's the case, but we'll see.
She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
Oh.
Good guy, Judge.
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself,
Fuck
Counsel.
the government.
I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my court.
This is a good judge.
Yeah, I like him.
He's a strong judge.
He's like a wharf of a judge.
This court must have honor.
I know. He's honorable, God damn it. That's what judges are.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So it won't be a problem?
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit.
Nothing will get in my way.
Oh, and a smile.
Oh, man, he's cool.
Oh, man.
He's totally being an Ida right now. He's totally an Ida type.
Let's inspect like gentlemen.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Giselle Brett-san. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Dang.
Shit.
Oh,
The
wow.
first case is not like just a tutorial and toss
This is an
toss away.
involved case.
Yeah, there's a lot of like background here.
Save your current progress.
Nice. Well, we've been at it for how long? 2 hours and 34 minutes
So far, yeah.
so far. I don't know how much. Like, I want to finish the case, but it's already past 11, and it's a school night.
Well, if the first part's any indication, it'll probably be at least another 2 hours.
Seemingly.
Because you know, this Giselle Brett needs to show up, and then we gotta talk to her, and then something will be greatly revealed.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like newish stuff that I can't predict right now because like I don't know like for instance I wouldn't have been able to predict how that double cross-examination was going. And the way those proceed was very guided that one time, and I don't know if it probably wouldn't be the same the next time.
Oh, really? So it's not just like they're just both there, and you just go through both of their testimony at the same time.
Well, they do go in order. Like, so the number of people has increased, but the way it plays out is essentially the same, like, functionally.
Yeah, it feels
But
functionally the same.
But what I mean is that like we were guided through very very handhold, like they held our hands very closely. Like they wouldn't let us examine things before it was time and
right.
other
There's really
things
only
like that.
like 3 pieces of evidence so far. There's barely anything.
True. So well, what do you think? Call it
It's your
here.
call. It's your call. I'm up for anything.
I want to know what happens next. I'm gonna keep going.
Okay, go for it. Go for it, you motherfucker.
All right. We're going.
It's almost lunchtime.
Okay, one thing I've noticed about this game is that I can't advance text, like I can't make all the text in a box appear by hitting A or B.
Oh.
I have to, like when it's a brand new piece of text, I have to wait for it to type itself out. And I think as of right now, I do not have a way to increase...
Go back to title at this point. So you can change the audio.
Yeah, that might be fun.
You just saved. You just saved, so you don't need to save.
True.
Get out of here. Don't save. Now change your audio.
Good call. Thank you for reminding me.
Japanese. Let's see how much more satisfying this sounds. Special contents. I wonder what that'll end up being.
I think there's at least some DLC like costumes.
Oh, okay. Like he just dresses up as Phoenix.
I think that might be one of them. Beat up a pineapple. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
Ugh. My heart was in my mouth the entire time.
Get used to the taste, Ryunosuke. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this again, if I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again.
What are you in school for?
Law. Although, to be fair, there are many, many types of lawyers that never go in courtrooms.
I guess that's true.
but Japan doesn't know that.
They probably do.
No, they don't.
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last.
Phantom Lady. That's a
Phantom
fighting
Lady. Lady.
That's a desperation super.
Miss Giselle Brett. Student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of.
Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to her detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that?
No, I didn't see any of it somehow. I just blacked out, I guess.
What? A gun?
I was on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and I just after that bent down, picked it up. Bang!
Then I shot someone dead.
And then after that, there's nothing else happened that I can remember.
Yeah, it's so weird, like, yeah, why is your own memory so incomplete?
I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet.
You probably shot the waiter by accident. That's probably why he's bleeding all the time.
Oh, maybe. Maybe there was a bullet in him as well.
Probably.
And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen.
This is an outrage. I am not some clumsy Clouseau-esque waiter.
Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Oh, that must be the guy, the professor guy.
Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you.
Oh, and lady.
The ghost lady. The first phantom lady. Professor Mikotaba.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma?
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
Oh, they're looking at me now.
Yeah, they are.
To me?
Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
To think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he?
I hope we don't get a flashback. Good.
If you don't mind me asking, Professor, know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you. I don't know why, but I have a suspicion. I don't think this is founded. I have a suspicion that Mikotoba is Herlock Sholmes in disguise.
Huh, interesting.
Because he does do that.
Yeah. No, you might be right.
And as soon as he said I have a personal connection to this case, I was like, oh.
No, yeah, and the silver shock of hair in at the top of his head. I think the Herlock Sholmes of this world has silver hair.
Oh, and he's wearing a mustache, which is a classic disguise.
And big sideburns.
Yeah, if you take those off, could be a Herlock in there.
I think you might have called it, man. I wasn't really looking at it, but I think you're right.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once.
That's Watson's daughter.
No, she's a real character.
Oh, okay.
I know her from other promotional art.
Or Watson's wife? I don't know.
There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Who are you?
Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, Patana. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them.
Dang.
Hit them. Up and at them.
Up and at them. At them. Kazuma?
What? I was posing cool with my sword. What?
What? Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, you hadn't said you believed me. I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now.
This is nice, determined music. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend.
Dang. Coming from you, that means a lot. I'm found guilty in this trial.
I will personally kill Kazuma.
Before his dreams are crushed. He's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose.
Alright.
Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. University Street.
There are colleges
I know.
Literal university streets.
I know. With an extra large portion, of course.
All right, I'm gonna quickly go grab a water and use the restroom.
Okay. Let's see if I can get away with advancing dialogue before we get to Ryunosuke.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I wonder what the next line will say.
Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yeah, it's getting a little too involved. I'll wait for Marvin to get back. If anyone watching this right now happens to be conscious and paying attention, thanks for watching. Hope you're having fun. Something that I really like about the Phoenix Wright 3D games is that they do a really good job of utilizing... they do a really good job with the 3D backgrounds in particular, because they know that they only need to use so many camera angles of it and have some very specific like camera moves as well. So they get to focus a lot on just how it looks from like one angle. And so they get to paint the lighting in a certain way and just kind of use that. And I don't know, I really like the effect that they end up with. Welcome back, Water Boy.
All right, back in my seat.
All right, so I have advanced the dialogue maybe 2 or 3 steps. We haven't gotten back to Ryunosuke yet, but in the history.
Oh yeah, there's a history.
So this is the log. Man, I'm so glad this exists again. Oh, one thing that... Oh wait, never mind. There isn't any voice line to play anyway, so... So, the court's back. Have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Stripling? Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's clearly like a weird anti-authority thing going on. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Cosmo in particular seems very much against the man.
Yeah.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders, I'm pretty sure he means to say.
Oh no, our first typo.
Uh-oh.
Again, terribly sorry.
I just don't want to
die.
The friendship between our nations is really so fragile, and the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on.
Get wrecked, Japan.
I mean, that's a damn good teardown, not gonna lie. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses.
Dang.
Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in.
Oh, interesting. Wipe away.
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical.
Oh no.
Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
Certainly, we will never be atomic bombed for this in the future. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. One who could arguably study harder, too. Standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
You said it, Ryunosuke.
Oh, even the judge is like,
he moved the judge, damn it.
Oh.
No, even Cosmo even said it. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little
Oh,
brat!
he did the thing! He did the thing!
Yeah.
I clapped when I saw it.
This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand.
Yeah.
The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
That's pretty good.
Yeah, you hear that really good.
What the fuck?
You got a swan for a hat.
Oh
You
my
got a
God.
swan hat. What's with the swan hat?
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
This is the first silly
Tea.
character.
Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Is that true?
No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true?
No idea.
Jokes.
More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Inosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty.
Why didn't you tell me she was hot?
So,
had a
dear
bird
lady, once again,
Yeah, sure. Why didn't you tell me she had such a hot bird hat?
once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Oh, we don't even see her eyes. My God, eyes wide shut. What?
Pera, pera, pera.
Oh, she speaks in English.
Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
I'm thinking Punch Out. The
lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
Oh, he's so, like, ew.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
Got white fever.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. I know my English.
I know some English. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryunosuke.
Why can't we understand her?
I don't know.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
She says yes.
It's gonna take some time.
So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese?
Loser.
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. And you're the one who engineered her escape.
I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Look at the dead man. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say...
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime.
The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
That certainly can't be a lie.
Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Dang.
I'm gonna go cut her face.
Judgment cut.
Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Oh man, is this really how she's gonna do the whole thing?
Yeah, that's gonna be like kind of a gimmick. Seems like.
But we understand English.
Or at least we're supposed to. It'd be nice if we just got like one word every so often, you know? Oh god, this sucks.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. the professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Steak was good.
After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument.
What?
Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Her words.
Just took it.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
But neither did Reno.
So says Mr. Stewart. This is yeah, hi! Yeah!
Yes, I mean, no, I don't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Oh.
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can't imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Still making the same mistakes, Yunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
Ugh, but he's so annoying.
God.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go.
Testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however.
Worthless.
Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That skirt is gigantic, come on. And the swan, the swan hat, and her hair, and the bow, and her boobs.
The swan could easily be a gun.
Maybe she's flat and those are missiles.
Just like in fucking Mazinger Jet.
Mazinger Zed.
Zed.
It's Mazinger Zed, goddammit.
Look.
Shut up, Korea boy.
That was a jet.
Read the line.
And then he had a partner who was a lady robot who only had 2 shots because it was her boobs. Do you remember that?
I didn't really watch Mazinger Zed or Mazinger Z.
She had 2 boobs each.
I mean, I know of it, and Roll references it heavily in her hyper combo in Marvel vs. Capcom. But you know.
I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
Kind of true.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere
Sure.
to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter.
But her own testimony said that Ryunosuke didn't have a gun either. He took it from the professor.
Yeah, it's weird.
This is stupid. Ugh, it's ridiculous. Only was allowed to lift up her dress. I could prove it.
Hey. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
I did fire the gun. There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart.
Pull it apart.
Ooh.
Oh.
Did she seriously just smile just now?
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Late lunch with Dr. Wilson that day. I love that hike.
After 2 p.m., in fact. It's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right?
No.
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems.
So it was
realized
apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. Sorry, what were you saying?
Even when she's holding her mask, she has a pinky out.
But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier.
That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. I hate you.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, ordered for herself only beefsteak.
He was unable to eat, you say? Now it's because he just had a tooth removed at the Hoda clinic, correct?
That's right.
You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering?
Yeah, he didn't even talk to her. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact?
It seems so, yes. She had heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment.
That would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? Since you also just said you ordered a steak, so...
That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left?
That's pretty important.
Well, that...
Dear me,
weird.
what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So, the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all?
That's right, other than some carbonated water.
Just water.
Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water, only at room temperature. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each.
They each raised a glass of carbonated water.
What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
Oh, it's very meaningful. Oh, damn it. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
Oh no, his eyes widened even more.
Oh my god.
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right.
Yeah.
The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Yeah, good job, Kazu.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Oh, her eyes.
Gladly, she said.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one.
Which one?
The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
I hope there's some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Steak for herself, and cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you?
Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so.
Except you're actually a detective.
Shut up.
And the beefsteak. That was for you, Miss Brett?
Love steak.
The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world.
Really? Japan never ate beef?
I don't.
Oh,
I'm
that's
not sure if
interesting.
cows were native to Japan.
Really?
I might be wrong about that, but I mean, yeah, I guess they weren't super big. Cause like for instance, like I think I might be wrong about this, but wasn't Yoshinoya, I think Yoshinoya for a while sold more pork bowls than beef bowls, like, for a very long time.
Really?
Yeah, but that might have been because of a mad cow disease scare, so I might be wrong.
That's possible, and I also just don't know that much about...
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, apparently Japan does have native cattle. Like, that's been a thing.
Okay. Well then, either way, guess they weren't super big on the beefs.
Except I also just read that there was like a proud tradition of Wagyu for a very long time.
Well, that's because it's special.
Oh, maybe it's like, oh, we don't just eat.
Maybe
beef
the
all
only
time.
beef they had was the best beef, you know?
They only made super hype beef.
Yeah. The bestest. The beefest.
The hypest beef in Japan, too.
Delicious. Did you read the line?
Yes, that's true. Oh, man. That last shot.
What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion.
The calf. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful.
Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is?
True. I don't think of it. First time I tried carbonated water was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. Anyway, back to this witness's statement.
What's with this?
What was that?
That's a very interesting animation.
And it's looking straight at us.
I think he's looking slightly past me.
Oh, I don't like it. It's very uncomfortable.
I'm sorry. I think I heard you read that.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. So press everything. Our goal of turning this trial around. We're about to Gyakuten this Saiban.
Understood, Kazuma.
Bad order.
Kazuma.
Okay,
Sakura.
something about a fierce argument.
I never got into an argument with the professor. I didn't even know who he was. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello.
A very angry hello. Please, don't get angry with me. Mr. Simpson, no!
Sweet No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor.
I'm afraid your words are in vain.
Sorry?
Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
Turns out she speaks Japanese fluently.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway.
God,
it's
you fucking
totemo muzukashi desu ne.
fucking show.
English is the future. We must all speak English.
Oh.
Okay? Merry Christmas, I am Excel. You are dog. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman,
Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face.
And I'm gonna stare at that face until I die.
I die. Find something that will unravel her testimony, but no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be.
I got you, shorty.
Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat.
That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it?
Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. Couldn't just leave it there.
And the next time you got up after that...
Was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Hey, by the way, wasn't Kazuma there? Wouldn't he notice people at the restaurant?
Yeah, you should have recognized Swan Lady.
Yeah, and also would have recognized Professor, because he's a professor.
Yeah, that's a weird,
Kazuma.
huge plot hole here.
Come on, Kazuma.
Okay, shot the gun.
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. Bad order.
And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to Professor as leaving the restaurant.
And that little glance at his own hand is such a good, like, pacing thing.
Yeah, he's like, what's going on? In fact, yes! There's someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The highly suspicious lady.
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Dirty?
Cocky little freak. Your
Cocky little
baseless
freak?
accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
What the heck?
Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw.
This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Oh, good.
Couldn't have been the culprit. Because she doesn't carry a gun, she says.
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it?
Undress right
Strip.
now.
Strip.
Absolutely. I verified
Whoa.
it personally. I
Oh.
groped all around for a gun and found nothing.
Verified it?
Eyes darting.
Uh,
Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not."
that's all you did. You just asked her.
Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No.
Why on earth not?
The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or, there is no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps.
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence.
Oh. Ugh.
The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
That's good. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him.
Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie.
Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. You're a generic anime protagonist, Ryunosuke.
I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons
That's all it takes to make me a good protagonist.
and an armband.
And a sword. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as a fiction that it is. We can't do that. The trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room.
Only too well. Feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either.
First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, an opening will present itself. I promise you.
I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination.
So we're just trying to get her tilted.
Oh, the thing we released was the cheers. That's the new line we discovered.
Was it this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
I think what you could maybe do is present the picture. The picture may not show two glasses.
I think
not that picture. There's two pictures. So that's one picture. And there's the other picture of the dining table. See, there's only one.
Ah, yes. And we have already ascertained that this was a picture of the dining table exactly as it was.
Yes, which also makes it weird that Watson is flipped the other way around.
Tashkani, which is Japanese for yes, that's right. Hi.
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. A short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
That is correct, the lady says.
Well, that is odd. It's very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Yunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
That cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water.
Kanpai.
Kanpai. Oh, you know that Kanpai restaurant near where we live with the ramen?
Uh-huh.
It's no longer named Kanpai, and the ramen now sucks.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's
Boo.
terrible now.
That's a shame.
Yeah, they think they sold it and someone else took it.
Lame.
Oh, if that's true, should be two glasses on the table, not one.
You're quite right, Consul. There's only one glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Minutia? How's that supposed to be pronounced?
Minutiapities.
Minutiapities? What possible difference does a presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Oh.
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
Except tell the witness to leave.
That's and also swear two other witnesses to perjury.
This is like there's nothing you can. This detective is completely. If he's a recurring character.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. I don't think he is.
He's completely compromised, you know? Like, there's nothing...
yeah. This should have been a mistrial already.
Yeah, but there should have been two glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? Huh?
What's the sound of one-hand glass clinking?
One-hand glass.
One glass clinking. You're quite right.
Unless someone's drinking straight out of the bottle.
I certainly took two glasses to the table.
Hit the other glass under her dress.
Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious.
That doesn't make any sense. Then why would you get rid of the steak?
Yeah.
Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. It was a very memorable luncheon. An unforgettable one, in
I
fact.
was about to say.
God damn it. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
Called this a steamed steak when it's clearly grilled.
Oh, I missed it.
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. Mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
In a dress.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
Oh, a handbag that could hold a gun?
A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case.
Nah, man.
Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
Alright. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're gonna need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's, I think, the handbag.
I would think so, because it's
Yeah.
new information.
Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see.
I like
a little
this
while
animation.
ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun.
I was writing them down on these papers.
But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
I like how it's like a lottery. You never know if it's gonna be a good one or
Maybe
not.
it's random.
That would be fun, actually.
Yeah. Except when
Alright.
it's really important, you know?
Yeah. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
He loves to say that.
Stop calling people like
Stop
black
calling bad
stuff.
things black and dark.
Yeah, stop it.
It's really very simple.
Oh, gun.
The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes.
Did you or did you not search Ms. Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir, I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Oh.
Order.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, Patna. Now I have a chance to expose the real one behind the mask.
Do you think so, Cosmo?
Oh man, he's really feeling it now.
Oh, he's really feeling it.
Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police.
Haha, you think?
And there are reasons for that.
As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
You ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print.
Oh, he's smiling now.
Oh,
Blinking big blinks.
it's a clear bag?
This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting.
He's got a bull, like a Chicago Bulls tattoo on his wrist.
No, it's true, he does.
As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, nice take. I like that.
Oh, dang. He got shot.
That's really dramatic.
Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once.
What's up with that Chicago Bulls tattoo?
Certainly, Your Excellency.
Photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel.
Can you check like the picture and look behind it? Oh no, it doesn't work that way. Ooh, Chicago Bulls.
I think this matches the where's the picture of the steak?
Oh, he had his hand pressed against it and it burned his hand
Yeah.
because it's a hot plate,
Yeah.
which is a unusual way to serve a steak. Actually, you don't really want to do that.
It's sizzling.
Sizzling hot steak.
The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As a photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
For the third time this day, I am fully satisfied.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
Oh,
He's back.
no.
He's like Little Mac. He looks like Little Mac.
Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around in
Turn
a worse situation
around.
than I was at the start. Oh, even Kazuma.
You want to read that, or you consider what you just said?
I thought that was. Oh, I thought it was me. Kazuma.
I'm sorry, Inosuke. Now the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? I mean, this is it?
Please let me know if this is you better let me go.
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. Ancient Japanese proverb. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. All your base are belong to us.
That's a Japanese proverb.
A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening.
Regain your sanity.
Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit?
I like this look.
Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers.
You gotta believe.
Kazuma.
What?
Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around?
You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little...
Motherfucker.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, without having considered all... Oh!
Ooh!
Damn! Who said it?
Oh!
Yeah.
Ryunosuke himself!
Wait, did he say Igiari?
No, he said yes.
Okay, damn it. I wanted it to be an Igiari.
Wait! Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke.
I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency. Just a moment ago, you said this.
Oh, I didn't notice that he had that, like, gauntlet thingy.
He's got a glove on. The photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my rule. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it, literally.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
Whoa!
Whoa!
His
That's
hands are
really
huge.
cool. This is a cool judge.
I like him.
I like this
But
judge.
be warned that if I am
I will literally
unsatisfied by your
beat
response
your
here,
ass.
the trial will be over with immediate effect.
And by
I will
effect-
use my level 1 super on all of you.
By effect, I mean an ass whooping, a paddling.
Do I make myself clear?
Wasting my time. That's a paddling. Paddling the court canoe. Oh, you better believe that's a paddling.
That's a gavelin.
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photograph Print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before.
the
You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail which you have alluded.
Chicago Bulls. Oh, you gotta make sure it's right on there, dude.
Yeah, okay, just
Yeah, it's good. That's good. That's good.
Height.
Height. Look at this here. There's a
Isn't
very
it neat?
unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It looks almost like the Chicago Bulls.
I love that team.
Like a burn of some description.
Michael Jordan.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark.
Us a judge.
oops, shit.
The peculiar shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Algie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointed with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
He's like gonna be like, no.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
Be honest? Not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am? Oh, his fire is
If we
back.
can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Price?
That might be like an old term, a term for pry.
Probably. Price? I hope that's pronounced as price and not priest or something.
Prise. Prise the shooting door.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
We had evidence.
But if we had evidence?
Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops.
Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case. Then you would allow it?
I would, yes.
Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was a color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Ah, really? To find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Steak photo.
The steak photo.
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention.
Let's use them to prove everything.
Yeah. And they'll make us laugh as we prove things.
Yeah, and when we put, like, impact font on the top and bottom.
That's more advanced.
Very advanced.
It's a more advanced.
That's
use of
advanced
photograph.
photo doctoring.
When we humans look at a scene, We miss things. But in a photograph. Oh, he doesn't even call it a photographic print.
Oh, that's true.
But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Oh, it sounds like Iron Chef.
Oh.
Backdraft.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
It says something about the cultural impact of Iron Chef, that more people associate that theme with Iron Chef than with Backdraft.
I mean, Iron Chef is like a cultural touchstone that spanned several years and seasons.
Yeah.
Backdraft is just a movie.
To the point where when I watch Backdraft and they play the theme,
it's like, oh, the Iron Chef song.
I just keep thinking, man, this scene's gonna be delicious.
God damn it, Marvin.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett, if that is your name. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore.
What? Oh.
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Well, you know. You know. Yeah.
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
The plate?
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can... Oh, the steak's in color now.
Oh, looks good.
Oh, as you
nice
can
and
see...
medium rare?
Yeah, there's an emblem on the plate.
An emblem.
An emblem. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival.
Oh.
This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah! Yunosuke, you genius.
Oh,
You're spot on.
which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga?
I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then.
It's already dead.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As a head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Wait here.
Wait here.
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it.
That's right. Strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Oh, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day.
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
The rest of us in the restaurant, myself, Sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I like how he's becoming more and more composed as he's going through his mental...
Yeah. Is this a Weekend at Bernie's situation? Are we weekending at Bernie's right now?
That's impossible, though, because he did talk to him.
He was puppeted.
I think what may have happened is that he was shot, his arm landed on the steak plate, and she was like, oh shit, and she rearranged him really quickly.
Yeah, something like that. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think?
Can it really be true? Never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap.
A trap?
Oh, that's intriguing. Wonder what he means by that.
And why a trap?
The one explanation I can think of makes sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already? Dead?
You may get your weekend in Bernie's.
Brett ain't flinching.
Knowing what we now know, it's the only possible explanation. Oh!
Yeah.
When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. It is weekend at Bernie's.
Holy shit.
That's madness! What? Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
Oh!
I beg your pardon.
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, but I'm far too intrigued and hyped now. that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
Much like the judge always does.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Gonna say a thing?
Oh.
Creepy.
What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean...
I knew it! She speaks Japanese!
I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
What a villain.
I know, what a jerk.
I mean, he doesn't like it.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So, we're finally gonna hear our own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Rinosuke.
Oh!
Ah, standard witness testimony.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem reports show no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
So, she poisoned him, then shot him, to frame him.
That sounds about right.
That's why she took the cup.
That most captivating and...
Yeah. I think you're right.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
You are a bad person.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible.
Amen.
Oh, just to top it off. That's a cherry on top. Huh? Thanks? Is that a prayer then?
Like, I'm still having trouble, like, figuring out what I want to do with, like, the lady voices in this game. And this is a weird dynamic, too, where it's like she's speaking Japanese, but it's English anyway.
Yeah.
Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now.
Yeah, babe.
I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, Doesn't miss much.
Haha. What bros?
Yeah, he's such a good bro.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Why? Why are you just assuming that?
It's
Judge.
to indicate to players that this will be the last cross-examination of the trial.
You don't know that for sure, Judge.
If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately.
Testimony.
Is that clear?
Oh. 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 Yes, Your Excellency.
Oh man, he steeled himself.
He's got a lot of animations.
Yeah, it's good. I like how expressive he is.
More variety.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Let's go!
He yells.
Poor man burnt his wrist. Doesn't know.
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What? Ah! Oh!
Haha, what fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right. Your fly is down.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Now hold on, a real bro would tell you. You should have noticed too, Kazuma. I'm gonna pin that on you.
Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Well, I can't.
Anyway... when the waiter brought the steak, glasses and a toast.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you.
What?
Ah, I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the others in court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway... Yeah, this is a very like, Japanese-style dialogue sequence. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem reports show no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. Wait, hold on. No. Yeah. You still gotta press that. Got wrapped up.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there are no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
That doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
The victim burnt his wrist in the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. He must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Arg.
No, she didn't say anyway. Yeah, leaving a trace. Please show me. This might reveal poison.
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
Taketsuchi. Man, it's hard to say.
Way of killing someone that leaves no trace.
We need some evidence to back us up here.
Yes, evidence. We should check the evidence out.
Yeah. Inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Let's just press this so we can loop back.
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Oh, weird.
Oh, what is this? This is something that was introduced in Leighton versus Wright.
Oh.
Oh, interesting.
He's responding.
They turned that
which
mechanic
means
into this.
Oh.
Very interesting. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Haha, a killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Maybe Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that.
Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma.
What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I'm wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
If you think so, but
this time, instead of targeting the woman herself,
oh, can you move?
let's see what we can get out of the detective.
All right then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Okay, so hopefully we'll get what we need out of that, and then get some evidence we can present to the other statement, maybe.
Superior? What do you mean by that? I'm a police officer within this country. You investigate once, and that's the end of it, isn't that so?
Well, what he just said was, hold on a second. Like, or basically, hold up. How do I just pivot to this, though?
Do you use your controller, like your left and right stick?
I'm using my sticks here.
Plus, D-pad?
I'm using D-pad.
Maybe it just shows up. Yes, there it is again.
Okay, there you go.
Detective's reaction is just the same as before.
Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. Oh.
It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought.
Sorry? Pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What marker? Oh.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, this is familiar. This is like Leighton versus Wright.
Oh. I was wondering why there are always two witnesses, and I was like, oh, it must just be like a nice, cute thing. Where
It will expand. There's gonna be cases with more.
Oh, okay.
At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue.
He just yells, pursue!
If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around.
All right, then. So first I should move the marker across with D-pad and focus on the detective. And pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Hexagon.
Hexagon.
Exactly. Mateo.
Gotta switch over to him.
Alright, now I can... wait,
A.
look around is pursue?
Excuse me.
What's the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. I really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply.
Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. He's doing a Francis York Morgan right now. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say.
Or he's doing Piccolo's, like, charge beam.
I guess so. Yeah, it's more like a forehead thing.
If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
He's standing there. Yes! Not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes.
do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak.
Oh.
The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain.
Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. I'll fight all of you. You want to arm wrestle? I'll do you right now.
Crime scene thief?
Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example.
Laced with poison, perhaps? Is that?
This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says.
Oh man, he's unraveling as a character.
Yeah, he's going nuts.
Yeah. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it.
One day my great-great-grandson will be named Gumshoe.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
Carbonated water bottle has been added into the cognac.
Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? Seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
But she's always averting her eyes.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Let's check at bottle.
Yeah, we can examine it. Label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. This is France.
Bonjour.
Stupid. I mean, what did he say?
Something gibberish.
So yeah, something. Yeah. Useless gibberish or something like that. Do you know what it says, Cosmo?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking.
And go to France and ask.
You can just say that. You don't know. Maybe on the bottle of it? The bottom of it? Oh, okay. The liquid itself isn't.
Yeah, it's probably the liquid then.
This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had.
Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, don't. No, Yunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Yunosuke. In more ways than one.
I wonder... Could there be anything in this water?
What's the matter? You've gone all quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility.
I think that's the conversation we needed. Yeah,
can we look at the post-mortem one more time?
Oh shit.
Oh, that's fine.
Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body.
Okay, so that doesn't actually say anything else. Okay, I was just wondering.
All right, so I got stuck in this.
He fans faster.
Okay. Alright, I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
So. Let's bring up the bottle.
Whoa.
What's this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poisson.
Poisson.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? He responded. Could it be the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Uh-oh.
Order, order, order.
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? Only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett. It was you.
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. If I may.
Will silence you forever for this discrepancy.
Oh!
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? Just snapped.
Are you gonna do a heel turn now? I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady, but to what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course.
You did?
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No. No!
Man, these revelations hurt him just as much. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Pick yourself up off the
I
ground.
was so sure.
Lift your head up. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has
Cup
clarified
was
everything.
poisoned. It wasn't the water.
Yeah, probably it was on the rim of the cup.
That's why, because when she drank it, she was fine.
Yeah.
As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter's resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
You know what? I haven't saved in a while.
Yeah, you never saved within chapters.
I feel like now's a good time.
I think there's a slight delay happening. There's a slight desync. In the
Desync?
audio. Yeah, in the audio, yeah. I think the picture is going slightly faster than the audio. I think you can tell in a menu, like if you go back into your options. Like go up and down, like, you know.
Seems fine for me.
Okay.
On
so
my
it could
end.
It could be parsec then. Okay.
Do you have any new evidence to present?
No,
I like that animation.
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Inosuke. I have nothing more.
One thing I kind of like about your partner in this game so far is that he's not like infallible like Mia is. Like Mia is like, I am the perfect lawyer and I will just tell you the truth.
Yeah, like I always know what thing is, you know, needed, and I will just sit around like Guinan and watch, you know, give you some crumbs and watch you flail your way to it.
Yeah.
No matter how dire it gets, and no matter whose life is at stake.
Even if my sister's about to die.
Yeah, basically, it's crazy. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
When she does her breakdown, we're gonna get to see her eyes, I bet, and it's gonna be like bloodshot or something.
Or something. Ooh, yeah, her. Cool.
Who you?
Please wait.
Isn't that
What is the meaning of this?
a new position in the court?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
Furoshiki.
Oh!
Are you kidding me? That's not even the end?
Wow. This is a 3-part first case.
Wow, that's extensive. Well,
That's crazy.
I guess this is definitely a tap out moment then.
Well, yeah, it's been 4.5 hours.
Yeah, and I mean, you know,
Wow. That's
I
kind
got
of,
work tomorrow.
but
I'm really this is this leads me to believe that every like the detective and probably even Brett are actually major characters.
well, we'll see. We'll see.
I feel like they are because like there's so much importance on them and like it's carrying across multiple. Well, that's not necessarily true because villains can do that of a specific case and do that, but
Yeah, I mean, all you need to do is like resolve this, have a time skip. It's been 2 months since blah blah blah. Now I'm here. Where is Sherlock Holmes? I mean, Sherlock Holmes.
What a long first case.
Yeah, and we've yet to meet Herlock or Iris or like there are major players that we haven't even seen.
How many adventures are there?
I believe it's 5 cases per game.
Wow, that's a really big first. How big are the rest of the cases then?
I don't know.
Wow,
I'm intrigued now. Like this is like they shook things up a bit. It's not following the formula exactly.
interesting.
Well,
Wow.
I'm having a good time. My voice is getting scratchy though.
Well, and unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make your Thursday or Friday stream.
All right. Well, if I have the energy and can withstand it in my throat, then I'll probably be going for it on either Thursday or Friday or both, depending on how available and.
Well, don't feel pressured either.
Well, I mean, at the same time, I want to continue this game because, like I said, I want to finish it fast.
This is
I don't want to
really,
just sit on this game forever.
This has been a really good first case.
Yeah.
Because even Trials and Tribulations, the first case is like really good, but it's definitely like a first case, right?
Yeah.
And
Like
this is like has the mechanics of a first case, but the story of a regular case.
yeah,
Which is
like
really
they hold
interesting.
your hand, like they really guide you through like the first leg of it, and then they kind of like sprinkle in new tutorials for like the new mechanics.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's interesting where we're going with this.
I'm intrigued to know more because I can imagine you probably just to you probably go to England with him.
I
With
mean,
Kazuma.
eventually you do need to go to England for sure.
Right. You go to England with Kazuma, and then I'm thinking less likely that that's actually Herlock Sholmes. I think that's probably not the case. Probably just because this is a person who's like related.
Yeah.
That's
You're right. You're right.
that doesn't seem like. Also, if you're going to England and that's where you meet Herlock Sholmes, it doesn't make sense for him to be here.
True. But
All that
then
stuff.
at the same time, like we let's not forget that it was, Wilson who died.
Yeah. And
So he can still be hovering around somewhere. He has reason to be around if it's Wilson who was dead.
It'd be great if the rest of the game is like Herlock Sholmes is like, I will have my revenge. He's like super angry.
Yeah, like I'm surprised at how much of this game is giving me Leighton versus Wright vibes.
And he was probably inspired, right?
Yeah, like
By that game.
I think Leighton versus Wright was principally developed by Level 5. But I'm sure that the Gyakuten Saiban team was like heavily like
they're watching
collaborative
at least, and they're like,
yeah,
"Ooh,
they
this is
worked with him a
cool."
lot, and they probably played
Ooh.
or they probably helped develop and design that
They were like,
group
I'd like an
witness
old timey
mechanic.
game too.
Yeah, it's very much like that. I think that mechanic is going to work exactly like the multiple witness stuff from Leighton versus Wright. Oh, yeah. All right, well then, I guess that's it for this stream, guys. If anyone is awake and watching right now, thank you so much for sticking around. And I'll probably see you again sometime within this week, either Thursday or Friday, most likely. And we will continue this dang game because I need to know what happens next. We're not even through case 1. That's crazy. But all right, that's it for today. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Take care. Stay safe. Later.